And once it's on the correct monitor, no more controller support. Just kidding, I had to focus it. Oh, I hate computers. Okay, cool. All right. So hopefully this will be a little bit more comfortable. I understand keyboard and mouse is probably more appropriate for this game, but my hands, about almost 10 years ago now, I had a major carpal tunnel incident, so I have to be very picky about how I do things with my hands, and honestly, the DualShock style is not gonna really last that long. I have bought a new controller because I could not for the life of me get the Switch Pro controller to work with this thing. So, and also my Pro controller was drifting, so I needed a new one anyway. So, I'm buying a new 8-bit dough, because 8-bit dough does seem to work with my computer and games on Steam and stuff. So, hopefully, it'll all work out. Should be here by Tuesday-ish. But for now, I'm going to see about... Okay, select is X, which is B for me. Okay, great. So, I cannot use the D-pad. I have to use this thing, which is fun. Okay, cool. I think we're good, and I'm pretty sure this is, in fact, where we left off. I'm just trying to get a sense of the controls here by pressing random buttons. Okay, so I can use the right stick to shuffle between these things, which is pretty nice. And I can use... Okay. The triggers are zoom. And the left bumper is to show me things. Okay. Like 2 baby crocodiles. You can't hear game sound. Okay, that's because it's muted. Game sound. Oh, and then I have to focus back to the game. Okay.
Good. They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
So that gave me a morale. So what's weird to me is that there are D-pad buttons on my health and morale, but pressing them doesn't do anything. Okay. That's not the run button. There is, in fact, not a run button. When they go down, you can click the D-pad to use items to heal. Got it. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So that is employees only. This is union only, I believe. And open at 6. Alright. So I think we finished up by talking to Lena. Can I... There we go. Yeah, I'm noticing a little bit of chunking when it's like loading stuff. Yeah. So I might need to turn the graphic settings down a little bit more. For at least for when I'm streaming. So we got a little bookshop here. This is a book about pate. Book about the future. The government reads your mind using radio technology. That was one of the conversations we had with Lena. A book about Boyadero culture. Oh, I'm going all the way around here to get there. Okay, that's fine. Naze Pier. Okay. I'm the job for every man. Right? So here's the pier. Yo, demise! I love it when the government reads my mind with radio technology. Oh yeah. At some point I should probably talk to the dock workers, but I'm supposed to help Kim get the body down from the tree, which also feels like a decent plan. I really don't want to talk to Kuno again.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse.
All right, let's fail this check.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Woo! Got that out.
You feel a great force ringing from your stomach. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit and bits of shish kebab.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making these worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can handle the headache, some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
There is Frit nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have a small apothecary. If they don't...
I want to have fuck with you. No, I did not.
There's a greenhouse here. And a
I didn't even see that option.
On the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Pretty clever.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Okay. Okay, now I've already forgotten where he said the apothecary is. It's a failure when you try to flirt with a girl outside of your hotel room. Got it. East of the hostel. Okay. That's what I thought. Here? Freet. Sick. Okay. Let's give this a go. Melancholy pop song plays on the radio.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish. No. I don't like it. I hate it.
We are not the fashion police. We're the
We're
real
the
police.
real police. We're not the fashion police. We're the real police. That's the Kim Katsuragi-ist line. Kitsuragi-ist line I've ever heard. Is it possible for me to just buy the thing that I'm looking for like a regular person without having to grill?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, magnesium, and Hypnogamma. Yeah, there's like an ampule somewhere.
Can I have it? Like, I don't know. This is such a weird interaction.
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement.
I don't have the
Hypnogamma
money.
I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising. Uh-huh.
It's $1. Okay, I'm seeing. It's locked. Okay. So I need money for that, which I do not have. Real. True. Let's talk to this person.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
It's the gardener. Okay.
We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all. Of course. What can I help you with? Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so. Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least that's what my grandma always told me.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow.
I mean,
Nitrogen and sulfur mostly. And whatever factories and aerostatics exhale too, I guess.
Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see? That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbor gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you. Glad to have been of service. Now you know the locals are keeping tabs on you.
Sure, I'm done with it. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache. Of course. Where to? The harbor gates? Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store too. There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably. Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago. It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach. No problem.
She's very well composed. Back straight.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
If there's a corpse, then you're going to need those gloves for the autopsy.
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
okay. Pigs go home. The locals are so helpful, yeah. Fuck the police. I mean, I can't disagree. Thank you. Okay, so how do I get to my inventory? Here we are. How do I use this? You can use it when you try to do the check. Okay. So.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Nor does the wind right now. I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder. Okay, you've said it. You needed to say it. And now that you have, You need to get your shit together. We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad, right?
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Okay. So... Thought cabinet. Volumetric shit compressor. Your shit is a part, and it is rather unbecoming of a cop and a human being. It's supposed to be the opposite of that, together, compressed in a small area. To achieve a solid level of shit compression, squeeze your butt cheeks together for 30 minutes. Do something similar with the two hemispheres of your brain. Talk to people, maybe that will help. Incredible. So can I only have one thought active at a time? There's also like a lot of thoughts that I haven't. I can only research one thought at a time. Okay, there's also one that I lost, which is where is my home? Did I already research that? Or did that one, was that one lost in the, Got it, okay. Well, I do need to find where I live. And then circle, which is there. Okay. Do I need to go back and talk to Gart?
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Is there a way to get that thought other than having taken that specific dialogue path with Gart at one moment? Or like am I That's right, I was gonna get the key. Okay, so my to-do list. Right.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid game.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Aside from the shit compressor one, none of them are necessary for finishing the game. Okay.
Pardon? This is not Kuno. Please just stop calling here. I don't have time to deal with this. Thank you.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Okay. Well, I might want to interview some people there. At some point.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under
Is this
the seat, and
Kim's
the soft glow of the fuel
car?
preheater gauge. A scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oils washes over you. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Oh, this is my vehicle.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think, useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. You can do good work with these. Cut chains, locks, and ropes, especially belts. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
Ad break in 2 minutes? Okay.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation: we're not going anywhere right now. The frequency tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide
Electrical
over the
kittens.
metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. You wonder what the lieutenant's default radio station is.
All right, what do you guys think? Do I try to talk to Sylvie or do I do I go for the shiny? The shiny saved button. Saved? Okay. Let me do the ad and then we'll click the saved button. I'm so sorry about the ads. You back from the ad, Blacko? You never got an ad. Okay, well. Here we are. Alright. Let's go saved.
As always, it's DJ Mesh and Felicio, and you're listening to Street Freaks FM, bringing you the hottest, the nastiest, the most vulgar.
A flock of seagulls takes off nearby, startled by the roaring radio. Right away, the lieutenant reaches into the cabin and turns off the radio. He's not looking at you, as he says.
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe picked up a random frequency. You wanted the prime line, right?
Thanks, Kim. Thanks, Kim.
Oh, is that what it was called?
Go for it. Turn the radio back on while it's still on the Speed Freaks FM.
Nothing to get into, really. But sure, let's focus on the important things.
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect it to someone? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Yo, welcome, Sherman EXE. Thank you for the congrats. Yeah, ad blocking on Twitch is so weird. It's like... I wish there was a thing that just worked. Because I will tell you, I make like 2 cents when I run an ad. Like, it's just not worth anything.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Ooh, do I go formal or informal?
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Why not?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone. What? No, why would you even think that?
I don't like any of these responses. What the fuck?
Please, don't bring Gar into this. It's none of your business.
God, why can't you just mind your own business? She mutters.
I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again.
Sometimes you don't just... You don't get to say anything good. That's just life.
No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the court. No one calls the police. The union would get angry.
Oh, that bad, huh?
You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the dock workers' union.
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
The other people who live around here. Local people, I didn't want trouble. You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the union, internally. Please, I just didn't want any trouble. You do? Oh. What else can I do for you? No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
No, she doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy. Like Gart.
It might have been me that was the reason that she quit her job.
Trust me, you wouldn't want to be the guy here. You know how it is. Yak, yak, nag, nag. No, you're the guy. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out, lest she turns into a spinster. What misogyny? I'm just telling things the way they are. Can't a man be honest in his own head anymore?
Goddamn.
You have to act, Lieutenant Love. You have to calm that hysteric down. Tell it you've got everything under control. Then go and have a little boys' talk with God himself. Think you can do that, Lieutenant Love?
Although it's wonderful.
You're just a gimp. What? You want to be more empathetic?
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer?
Damn. The way this game characterizes the inner monologue of a guy who sucks.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. Volumetric ship compressor.
Plot complete.
Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit's singularity lasts.
Okay, so that's done then.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oils, heavy metals and other byproducts of the modern era. You could almost taste it.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight, no explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days. Yeah, exactly.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber of the afterlife.
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative streak, or he just likes unusual words, or both.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need? It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Maybe you should. Cops don't get paid much and the hours are long. Plus, you can get shot. Why not?
The RCM is a self-managing organization that operates on donations. We promote our own leaders. It would be like striking against your own mother. Okay, but do continue. You were asking about the strike?
What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
Know anything about the dead man, the one hanging behind the hostel there?
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
That's fair. Busy with what?
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
You know, that's fair. You know, that's fair. I'll give him that.
Ask for his conclusion.
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Yeah, you know, I'm starting to get the sense.
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
There's so many great kinds of guys in this camp. It's true. His name is Tommy Lahome. Tommy the guy. This is Tommy the guy.
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
Imagine if his name was Guy Lahome. True.
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6?
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Don't be a stranger.
Alright. I kind of wish I had more in the empathy department. Because there's a lot of those checks that I'd really like to do, but they're, too hard right now. Talk to Kim.
Yes?
No response. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs? Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation. Try work. The case at hand. It can work miracles. Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy.
The RCM deploys a self-styled structure called the Decomptage as its chain of command. Every lieutenant is responsible for 2 sergeants and 8 officers. That means the average lieutenant has to deal with quite a few personal affairs. Even you know this.
Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
I should save, yeah. Imagine if his name was Guy Lahome. Alright, well, this is the jam. What? Where am I going? Oh, I did not know I could get down here. Bold slogan, Humanox. Okay, how do I get to my... Let me see if I can just...
A Stars Riker, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages ever. An oldie but a goldie. Not many people outside of Grad, and Revachol West too, it appears.
Estashraiko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue, the colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler. His banners were famously zephyr and white, the colors of the stars Raiko.
An old case for my precinct. A couple of Zhimsk migrants saw a Stajraiko stopped in the street, painted just like this, muddy brown. Murdered the driver on the spot. They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The Zhimsk community protested the trial, flying the banners of some old king or whatever. 5,000 came to protest.
Correction, 4,395, the fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
I try to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like this before actually examining the body, but my initial guess is the two are unrelated. Yes, detective? Okay, I'm not going to honor kill anyone over this, but I've seen it blue and white. It's much better that way.
Lori's probably stored fuel here. Now they store booze. Hey, bud.
Bastards! We have a right to work! Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
The broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everyone else here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here.
Why should I?
For a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
Okay, then I'm thinking
Good.
no.
We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you.
I don't think I've chosen any sides
Tend
yet.
to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the right to work! Right to work!
This is a very weird situation.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
The physically impressive man tower has turned his attention back to the gates.
The situation is extremely complicated, it's true.
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously
Yeah.
not his. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
Just gonna leave it there. Let's talk to this guy. Free tease, how idiomatic.
You escape now? A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses. Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think. Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scam. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who? Personally, I'd rather beg than scam. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
Big guy. He means the leader of the scabs.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, "Let us cop for less money." Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife?
What's the strike about anyway?
Serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike too. Just can't break the command structure and tell you now.
I'll need to know what's behind these gates I'm
My
exploring.
friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits.
Does this mean you can let me through the
I
gate?
don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
If it's all so simple, why don't the strikebreakers just go up the stairs?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him. Then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again.
Okay.
To enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry.
So
I'm
you're
sure
saying it's actually quite
completely
difficult.
impossible. For example, you could best measure head in a physical confrontation, or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Has any of the scabs tried converting to his
Jean-Luc
worldview?
himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
Has anyone ever bested him in a physical
Not yet, no.
confrontation?
He's incredibly strong.
Got
Sure.
it. I've come to Martinez investigating a murder. Let's just go
Murder, huh?
for it.
That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
That's okay. I have no idea what I'm doing either. I don't even know what day it is. Don't tell me. It's a better day that way. Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
It's actually very fun and
I'll
easy.
believe you. Post L'Aventurier said the same thing. They tried to get me to be their postman. So fun, so easy, they said. It's just walking. It wasn't. I'm doing much better here at the harbor. Being an honest union man with a lot of free time on his hands.
Nice talk, gotta get moving. Hermetically sealed door locked by electronic means. In case of a strike, press button behind guard. Alright, let's talk to this guy.
Your body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Kim, is it really so bad?
It's not good.
That's fair.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
Damn. Oh. Well.
Yes, Al-Ghul.
I'm sure it's fine.
It means alcohol.
I doubt it, my microcephalic race servant. No,
You're right.
you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Ham sandwich race? What the fuck
Begging
is
for
happening?
help. Attempting to pass fear for cooperation. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race.
Really?
You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft.
So if I need to heal morale, it's right D-pad.
You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted.
This is some
You are obsessed
bullshit.
with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Alright, I'm gonna go for now. Save. And I'm gonna explore a little bit more. Can I go down the stairs? Hello? Hello? No! Let me down! Let me down! How do I get down the stairs? He keeps turning around. Am I soft locked? Can I fix this with a mouse click? Okay. That's really weird. Alright, so we're gonna try and open the trash container.
Real mature, man. What exactly were you trying to...
Damn, your feet thought we got away.
Don't I get something for effort?
What? The stupid drinks you've had are on the house. You know why? Because I know you can't pay for them. Not because you ran away.
Oh, it's time for some stream snacks. I've got some chips here. Oh, yeah. Chips. We recently did a shopping run at Costco. And it was like half the price of Loblaws for like twice the fucking food. And it makes me really angry because we've been spending too goddamn much on groceries. Having a car is very nice. But also, it's like you kind of have to buy in bulk. We're 4 people, so it kind of makes sense for us. Yeah. I get to have this giant fuck-off bag of chips. For my stream snacks. And it's very nice. I've realized that I need to get over my weirdness about eating on stream. I know I ate on stream yesterday too.
Now,
but
I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window.
I can't.
That's 100 square.
I can't keep the energy up without, you know, some food. My stream snack is coffee cake we made yesterday. Nice. It sounds very tasty.
Not entirely
So we're cool?
cool. You still owe me 100 real. If you don't have it by tonight, I can't let you back up there. Now, what the hell did you want? I assume you wanted something to come back here.
Is the trash container out back yours?
No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Well,
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Thanks, Kim.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors, too. They put their trash there, and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Great question.
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
I wonder what this feeling is.
Prod at him and find out.
Aha.
Callous? What are you? Kras Mazov?
Maybe.
Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist.
Okay.
He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
Am I supposed to be taking any meaning from when the voiceover and the text don't match? Is that like a mistake, or is that more of a something is weird here, I should think about that? You know what I mean? It is an actual mistake. Okay. Okay, that's fine. It's just that voiceovers are never perfect. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I figured. But, like, with this game, I felt like I had to ask because, you know, things being as they are. I could see them doing something like that on purpose.
He killed himself.
Well, maybe I am
What are
Krasmazov.
we talking about? Was this not about the trash container?
No, wait. What if I am Krasmazov?
We should return to the case of your mistaken identity at a later time, officer. This was about the trash container.
What for? Mazov? Are you planning to nationalize my trash container?
Yep.
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
The voiceover is reading text on screen, and the subtitles match the voiceover even if the voiceover doesn't match the text. Yeah.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
Here we go.
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
I don't know. South, maybe?
You don't really know, do you?
I have only a vague blackened
A vague,
image.
blackened image doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Could I trace the way back somehow?
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Alright. So now we have this again. Yeah, you'd have to be really explicit about it to make it work. So one thing that I haven't figured out is am I looking north? Like, is up vaguely north? Yeah, thank you. Up is north. Okay, cool. So if I want to find out where I live, then my best hint is south. Or I haven't really explored south. An ancient fountain doesn't pump any water anymore. There's a tree in it. Alright. Nope, wrong button. Who are these bozos? Oh, no, I don't want to walk through their game.
Doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to Angry Hard René first.
I don't want to walk right through the middle of your game. Alright, this is Angry Old Rene.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René,
You're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
You're a man with a fork in a world of soup. It's just... The one-liners in this game are absolutely fantastic. A man with a fork in a world of soup.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never. No.
The actual game it is
this.
first?
There's the ball. You're the game.
I got a good chance at this, so...
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it.
That's my
Probably a
neck?
sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with
Why am I
bumps,
holding the ball with my
learning,
neck?
and scars of victory. Already, your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity.
I'm checking the surroundings.
Is ready.
The man ball is ready. Let's go.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
There is time for a last glance inward. Who am I?
An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotive.
This is going to go very poorly.
Maximum efficiency.
The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let go. Be the bullet. Beautiful.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters, probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What the hell is your problem?
Not a weak right tricep, that's for sure.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
Wait, what?
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull. No, no you don't. Our pétanque game is ruined.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slab. You are as a goddamn bull. Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
Yes, why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
I just want to play ball.
You never know. He might know something. This is a good vantage point.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely.
And most
In
of the locals?
Martinez, the union is the law, so can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with
Cop
cops.
is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
Mm-hmm. The weird thing is, like,
he doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent.
I'm stuck in this frame of being a cop, which is like making it very difficult for me to like make moral decisions.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties.
There are no duties RCM women couldn't carry
But you
out.
must agree that nature, in her infinite wisdom, has made men more fit to perform certain, more challenging tasks. Don't you, officer?
No, I don't think that's
Really,
true.
officer. Match an average woman against an average man in a dark alley and see who comes out on top. Gender equality is a very noble, very modern idea. But in real life, primal roles
Aren't we in like year 7 bajillion?
But I
Like,
do not wish
come
to
on.
discuss this matter further.
It's too modern.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
Okay, it's a crater left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was heavy artillery
Because
used?
that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
I think we found the rich person that we should talk to. Rich person located. Who are the communards?
Communists, socialists, anarchists,
Ah.
call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
They should have chosen a place away from people and buildings.
This place is the damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commies up first.
Beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Deathblow,
This
sounds
here
grim.
is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
You know?
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Is that why everything is so bombed out?
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
Hmm.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I don't like any of these options. What do I do here? Sure.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mountains. I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frissel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. Damn Frissel. He was a king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
Hi.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
You mentioned Guillaume?
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Uh-huh.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
The suzerain is the king!
I'm getting that.
Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Try.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You'll get to it. Don't worry. Hey. Psst.
Rhetoric.
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
How come there's
You
word on the
keep
street?
saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs.
Most humanizing depiction of royalists I've ever seen, yeah. I've said some things, but not...
Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate mankind.
That's, You stretch and warm up before that reach? Like, damn.
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
What is this? What do you mean?
Failure. It's about failure. Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world.
Yeah, this random alcoholic cop. It's the one who's gonna change it all.
You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin. Where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will.
God dang it.
Human will fail to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist. Now get to work, comrade.
I don't even know where I fucking live, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm in possession of about negative 0.3 real, and I don't know where I live. And I just almost drank myself to death last night. Also, I'm a cop for some reason. The communist building route is hilarious. I'm finding myself falling into a pattern of not wanting to commit to anything because I don't want to miss out on stuff. I'm trying to think. It's just... Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what makes me hesitant about this route. Because what the fuck is impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, or literally murder all human beings? Am I supposed to... I don't want to agree to the term of the question. Does that make sense? Like, is it? Is it really? I mean, I feel like exaggeration is taking something that's true and making it bigger. Where this is taking something that's false and trying to make it real. Is that really exaggeration? what actually happens is substantially more tame. All right. Sure.
Oh yeah. Get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
You're
Too
saying
late
about
to
those.
back out now. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few million eggs.
God damn. Okay. Hyperbole, perhaps? No, hyperbole is also a, you know, making something true bigger than it really is. Like, this is just wrong. I don't know. Tibbs has windows. You had a bag in your hand. Perhaps you could collect these bottles and sell them. Oh.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary.
But we don't use that currency anymore.
Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
They thanked Karl Marx for their education during the Game Awards. That's fair.
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick.
What happened?
They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was
That's fair.
Claire, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
Can't we do something
We
about
should
it?
have done something about the Union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
Can I pick them up? Bull too big. The belly of this boat shines like it was recently painted. Alright. Road de Sangues Lane. Do I live here? Did she spill the paint?
Hey, up here, piggo.
Motorcycle repair.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
Uh-huh.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who
I
are
mean,
you?
maybe paint.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know?
Cindy the
Date of
fucking
birth,
Skull!
Blood type. The last time I was tested for Hep C.
Sure.
Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a manowar.
Mm-hmm.
A brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expressionism.
What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
You don't know what to
Have you
write?
ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank
Graffitio.
wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not Mona, so...
True. It's Cindy the fucking Skull.
Yeah?
I love public art.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
She means the opposite. The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
She looks rich. Allie Nord, good to see ya. Oh my god, it's a raid! Yo! Thanks for shouting out, Allie. If you have not followed Allie Nord, and you like troll levels and Mario Maker and general gaming shenanigans, I recommend a follow of Allie Nord. She is cool and funny and puts up with troll nonsense. It's going great. I'm playing this game that was recommended to me by my friend Blackle, who's here in chat. And it's Disco Elysium. And it's got some incredible writing. I'm having this weird relationship to it, which I've talked about a little bit, because it sort of forces you into the frame of you are this alcoholic cop who sucks. What just happened?
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Give me a sec. Accidentally pressed the wrong button. Blackle is, as she has said many times, a total freak for this game. But yeah, how was your stream? Were you playing Mario Maker? Viewer level night, nice. I hope that went okay. Viewer levels can be a bit of a mixed bag. Haven't done viewer levels in a hot minute. Cool. Alright. Ozan. So she either hates Ozan or is like into her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed
Never mind,
residents
that's a
used to push
place.
Restaurants and upscale boutiques rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Alright. Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Actually, asking folks to save the mixed ones for Stinky Level Night. That's fair. I haven't done viewer level since last year. Yeah, it's people. I think I remember just Demise. I remember coming to your stream many times and finding what's her name. There's one specific creator who just makes absolute, like, it's not lazy garbage. It's like you have to be very specifically trying to make this kind of garbage. Kayla. I definitely mean Kayla. Yeah, absolutely mean Kayla. I don't get it. Just absolute nonsense. There's only one person you could have meant even before you started talking about what kind of level she makes. Exactly. Alright.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky.
Yeah, that's a decent strat. I agree, Kim.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good.
Alright.
And pound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on. I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Alright.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
Thanks, Kim.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Yeah.
Watch your back, ungulate.
You know, I can't disagree with her. I can't. Like, fuck the police, right? But, like, my character is a cop. I should save, thank you. Let's go talk to the lady from Ozan. Talking with the residents of de Saint-Ghislain. This game and the tabletop game Unknown Armies reprogrammed my brain when it comes to role-playing a character. Instead of trying to make my character do the best job, it's more about playing a role to help create the most interesting story. I suppose. I still feel a little bit undetached from my moral choices in a game, though. You know what I mean? And what I will say is that so far when I fail checks, there's not really a failing forward mechanic. A lot of the time when I fail checks, it's just like, you don't get any information. Have a nice day. You know? It would be fun if failing a check propelled the story forward as much as succeeding a check did. So that I, the player, could have some amount of satisfaction from that, even if the character failed at the thing they were trying to do. That being said, I am enjoying this so far.
Leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Quite a few red checks are actually better when you fail them. That's fair.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Stands for this motherfucking L that I'm about to hand. No. Well, checks are supposed to level up. White checks are supposed to level up and come back for, so they're less likely to be that way. Got it. Okay. I will keep that in mind. What does the L stand for?
My maiden name.
Uh-huh. The devs very much didn't want failing checks to actually punish you. Yeah, that's fair. Her bony hand dangles from the sleeve of her oversized raincoat. So this is the Brit.
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
Hot. Anyway.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is attack. It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
I mean, does anyone not ship this? Like, is it possible to play this game and not ship whoever we are and Kim? Like, come on. He keeps making winky faces at me. What do you expect?
How interesting.
He's been incredibly patient with me as well.
I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You seem rich. Can I have some money? Okay, I kind of like that one. I kind of like that one.
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
What is Inland Empire? That's an ability that I have. Yeah?
Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat.
Plopness, got it.
While dull orange pearls hang.
See,
from
to
her
me,
earrings,
Inland Empire
red
is a
from
very
the cold.
specific place
Her
in
light
California.
blue eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible. Within reason. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you.
You know, Blackle, that
Your
probably
hair
would
sticks
make
to your
sense if I'd
forehead,
seen anything
and your
made by
underwear
David
feels
Lynch.
uncomfortable. You're poor. Poor as balls.
Punches.
You can't ask this person for money. You're too... Oh, but you are. Too ashamed to ask this person for money. Too scared to belittle yourself in her eyes. Those half-precious stones of Eau de Nil.
Got it. Okay.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Okay, is this a white or a red? I think it's white. Yeah, it says this is a white check. You may retry it. Okay.
I am sorry. It just doesn't come out of your mouth. What does is surprisingly eloquent, really. The last one, not the first three. Those are ape speak.
Money.
Excuse me? I didn't hear you. Did you say money? Of course.
All right.
What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself.
Okay. We're telling a very...
of the Indo-tribes remain.
Which is a very post-colonial... current colonial... Oh my god, okay. Yep. I do love this writing.
Saint-Baptiste, LUM, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Saint-Baptiste was the pharmaceuticals one. I don't know about the other two.
Why, thank you.
How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
That's it? I thought Wild Pines was supposed to be big time.
And to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions. Wild Pines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. It is a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pine get all those billions?
There's an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Easterlies 250
I'm enjoying this conversation
when pine ships
a lot.
explored the South Seminese and charted Lormentang on behalf
I
of
don't
the
give a shit about
suzerain.
what she's saying, but I'm just enjoying the conversation here.
Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor.
Madness?
Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Probably helped start out with the Royal Monopoly, true.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does such a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
I probably should have taken the other one.
What we do.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants...
The Pines, and that is...
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but... And to think, Wild Pines employs 72,000 people,
Bob.
all of whom have families that depend on their salaries.
That's
It
Big
is
Bob
a
Bob.
tremendous responsibility.
Large hairless Robert. Thank you, Demise.
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owner?
Let's try
built
this one.
District.
Did ya?
There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions. The plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP.
The WP.
Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
What can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What if I want to hear about
First, you'd
trade
have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
The octopus that straddles Revachol, the Emergencies Act, is the cornerstone of post-war Revachol, inseparable from the world it created.
Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role
I
in this
believe the
precisely?
official title is Senior Labour Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Alright.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
True. Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I need to manually run those things. Rent rerolls. I think after this conversation, I'll take a little bit of a break, run an ad. Come back and we'll be ad-free for a little while. Good to see you, Bob.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
I mean, I'm not gonna defend that chuckle fuck, but,
Yes.
Measurehead?
Jean-Luc Measurehead. Yes, I believe there is a connection, but that's a subject for later.
Okay.
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
Ad manager literally just ran one? Okay. Well. Yeah, maybe.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February.
And you're still on your
The bay was
boat.
still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock come to plead for work where the union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
If these strikebreakers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
I did not organize the scab party shirt is getting people a lot of questions already answered by the shirt.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later.
All right. What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Personally, I don't think it has the same pizazzo as every worker, a member of the board.
What do they mean by
It's
it?
quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what, About anything, really. It needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
That is pretty funny.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
Good question, Kim.
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
What happened to Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Yeah, So far, every single person I've talked to in this game is an unreliable narrator. Except for Kim Kitsuragi. And my subtitle spelled that Kim Cuteragi, which, you know, isn't helping the case here. God damn it. Go back to the game, please. Okay. And then focus the window. Hello? Focus the window. If that just broke my controller. I swear to God. Okay. I also don't seem to be able to click on the game. Okay, thank God. I needed to unfocus and refocus the window, and that fixed it. All right, tell me about this union boss, Mr. Clare.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
See, I don't even believe that coming from you.
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Can't believe we made a whole club for these things. True.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
You sound like you're about
Oh,
to take...
heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Evrart does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself outside the Brothers Clare?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that.
Okay.
Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Evrart and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
I don't like any of these answers.
Of course, officer.
Said something
I'm
happened
glad
in the
you
elections.
asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help?
Can you
Quite
tell me
a
about
few
the lynching?
things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57.
It's gonna become a problem.
And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Remember when my partner told you I recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Ooh, a red check. Go.
Feelings will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
This is my main
Trust
thing.
me, officer, I am fully committed to resolving this impasse. This isn't some side gig for me.
wind flaps the sail above her.
Officer.
I remembered how to heal my morale.
You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Somehow.
Hunting for healing items in boxes and such so you don't die.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible.
Like
the
what?
Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Use this for a moment. Save. Thank you.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months. I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional, after all. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
Autosave.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? This reality?
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective. Oh?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mrs. Messier what you told me, hmm?
Ah, yes. The...
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
We may be here a while then. Ask...
Alright, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. North of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten even. Shelled to smithereens during the revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. As I told you, Martinez used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
All right. What sea
It's
is
not
this?
really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the Blue Immensities.
Caillou. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
Okay. What's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of city is it?
Kind. History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Who built this
the
city?
nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed. In the DeLorean century, 380 years ago.
And why will it
They
resolve
say
history?
it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest.
Not gonna argue with the tensions being high and the fault lines
By
being
that
deep.
I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So we're in an unimportant part of an important place.
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about
A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vapor, light reflecting off their glass windows.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Where are we?
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Madame Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? Of course, Detective.
Alright, let's leave that for now. Save. Ah. Getting a little bit better at remembering. Okay. Now this case is interesting and all, but it's getting on in the day. I see 1354 down there, and I still don't know where I live. So jump across the raised channel bridge southwest of here. Where's this bridge? Lonely cormorant surveys the sea, indifferent to your approach. So this is a bit of a dead end. What's here?
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Smart lady.
Doesn't matter who I am. Now go on, get out of here.
From within comes the faint sound of a broom sweeping across the concrete floor.
Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for
Any more
strangers. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Come on.
You have no clue. So many walls all over Martinez, weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Okay, so, I want to make sense of this a little bit, because I have some experience points. And I would like to level up something. Mostly psyche. But I'm not sure how to read this. I'm gonna go... Okay. How do I tell if I'm allowed to level something up? Got it. Okay. So I went from empathy 1 to empathy 2. Is that right? Oh, we're here.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Yep.
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind her back. Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
God damn it, logic.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
Are you sleeping right now?
Fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
Let's talk to
You
this
see
guy.
a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
All right. Bottom right has a meter. I see my money. I see the time. Do you mean on this here? I see experience 15 out of 100. Oh, skill points. It's under skill points? Is that the one? Okay.
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Got it.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
More muscular type. The scab guy? You can only level things that have a black diamond. Right now, that's anything except for empathy. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
My Sunday friend?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Sunday friend. Demise, will you be my Sunday friend? We should hang out more.
That's definitely not his real name.
You're not actually
No,
called
of
Martin
course
Martinez, are you?
Could you please lower your voice? I'd even go so...
We will remove...
Oh.
Wait, is someone else investigating?
No, not you two.
And when did you speak to...
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor.
You didn't answer the question.
It was my son.
He doesn't reply.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Do I try the red check? Do we try the red check? I have no healing items. Okay.
Good luck with the investigation.
He walks up the stairs. Okay.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case.
One second, I need a blanket. Oh yeah. It's cold in here. See, it would not have occurred to me, Blackle, that a red check is something that I would have had to have a healing item for. Though, now that you mention it, the last red check I've... Jealous of it being cold in here? Oh, you live in a giant apartment building where they just blast the heat like nobody's business, huh? I mean, this room is the high pressure zone for the house, so it doesn't really get any of the HVAC. I know this game would be better without the health stuff, but c'est la disco. Yeah, sure. Technically, I think even white chicks can hear you. Okay.
There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. A garden hose. This won't be of any use till the snow melts. Let's check this door. Hello?
There must be another way into the building.
Oh my god. Was that really weird audio to you guys too, or was that me? That is a good point, Tetra. And to that end, Loud Kim is a well-known bug. Okay. Okay, cool. That was the game then, not my headphones. If it was my headphones, I would have been worried. It only happens in this one spot. Oh my god. This game is so specific. Alright. These barrels are half full of rainwater. Ooh, we got some loot. Can I... Orange bum hat. Alright. Oh, we got a health. We got a physical health thingy, a Nosafed. What's this? A locked door. Okay, hang on, because we got the key to the trash bin and never used it. So let's circle back for a second. After we look at the shiny. Oh, hell yeah, 21 cents. And magnesium for morale. Okay. Great timing. Alright, let's circle back around and check out the trash. Or do we have the key for that? That's just a street sign telling us where we are. I'm starting to get the lay of the land around here a little bit. Okay. So we're gonna come up here, hang out with Kuno.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
What's this?
Just a feeling. A warning from some part of you. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
I mean...
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this.
Used to what? Dumpster diving?
Searching for evidence in the trash.
No, that's fair.
A box
Dive further.
falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste
Soleil
Soleil
cereal.
cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
The rags.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers.
Grab them.
As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but...
He looks into the
The
container.
belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye.
Let's go.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
You think someone from the whirling
really.
rag might have been involved?
All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The fuck's he on about, kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
The lieutenant nods. It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, what's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger.
Check it out.
A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore, so I threw it away.
Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in your notes.
Yeah,
it
it seems
also not
reasonable.
hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
Let's grab the mug.
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron.
Really?
Only in its social sensibility.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going...
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Alright.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Okay, so health 2 of 2, morale 1 of 1. That's the journal. I want my items. Interact. Damaged ledger. How do I do it? Not like that. Triangle, thank you.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers
pitiful
hanging
cabbage.
from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's a metaphor for you.
Oh, hush!
Thank you, waterlogged ledger, for spelling it out for us. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
Run your finger
The
across
surface
the
is
aluminum.
interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances.
All right.
It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned. Didn't he say something about the headlights of his motor carriage? That you can read these there?
Is this one of the hologram
What?
watermarks?
Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
What kind of
It
information?
depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
Shut up!
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
You mentioned the headlights?
Yes, RCM vehicles have headlights tuned especially to reveal halogen watermarks.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized
useful?
and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
What's in there?
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average. What do you mean? Is that all?
Just 2 cases a week? A good caseload, Lieutenant?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
2 cases a week appears to have been my load.
2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
I burned out all right.
It's okay. We all do, sooner or later.
Like a fan of girls, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly... Yes,
Mention of a naming
it appears your
convention?
employer, shall we say, robust yet literary system, Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name, a title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable
I'm a fucking nerd.
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the Ukar parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
No, I mean a non-numeric one.
Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Why is
It's
that?
a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
It seemed to have named a case the Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself.
You know what? Fair, Kim.
I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
I have to open an official case at their room.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete.
Commit to paper.
Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event.
Oh, hush!
The ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It will do, barely. But
Kim, do you have a pen?
The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large-caliber bullets on an ammo belt. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
Can I have one?
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
With beauty. Commit
The
to paper.
tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand, uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. A language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place.
Cross out the ones
A
I've already finished.
satisfying slash sounds across the paper.
Oh,
You're done,
yeah.
it seems to say. And you, and you.
Mm-hmm.
Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Lieutenant, have you by any chance named our case?
No, actually. Any ideas?
The furries are at home in the mirror.
Furies. Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the internal strife that it refers to. And also, could you make it less poetic somehow? Just a normal case name, you know?
The
Think,
furries.
What would that be? A good normal name.
Yes, yes. You know what that normal name is. But it's so plain. Anything else, please.
Shit on a stick.
Yes. I have to tell you, officer, I don't appreciate ironic titles. Other officers will have to use this as reference. If it's idiot or cockfinger, they're not going to get it. They're going to think an idiot and a cockfinger were on this case. So, do you have something less funny?
The Setting
Okay,
Sun.
okay. It's a good name, but it has one problem. This case has nothing to do with the setting sun. At all. It has not something more concrete, perhaps? Do you have something concrete? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
That's it?
The notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short, there was more. You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
Alright, let's look at the yellow ones.
You see thin, translucent copy paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red. All covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. All in a print so small it could be considered downright cute.
Yeah,
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields, but they appear pleasantly vague. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
Take it.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment?
I feel like this game is really targeting Wikipedia likers. True.
And something small inside. Light, made of paper or cardboard, or dried flowers perhaps. Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it.
Let's look.
The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Give it a go.
The
Hey,
two
nice.
sides of the
Good
board
roll.
appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just,
I'll get it
without
open.
resistance or sound. The two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue. It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored. A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile. You think, although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting.
I feel like the Wikipedia-ness of it is also potentially because I took this particular archetype at the beginning.
Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy.
Yeah.
Your hand shakes holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector. A streetcar distancing. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No. Hold on.
Hold on.
To what? There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
Fall sideways. Oh shit. Did I die?
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
I was cool.
The cool when you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say, what do you do? It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
Was that the X
Bloated
something?
corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape. Its lack of beauty was not the problem.
What's a bow collector?
Yeah, man. What was that about? There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause. You think they would let you until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Bow collector is a part of a streetcar that pushes up against the electrical wires. Got it.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
Yeah.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened? That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard. Athlete's foot for cops.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an
Ledger of
interactable and
Failure
a tool
and
equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
Wait, where'd my inventory go? Ledger of Fear and Loathing. Where? Oh, I need to hit end. Got it. Okay. Does this give me a bonus?
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers. Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper is stuck to the back.
Does give you a bonus, okay. -2 to authority. I don't. Actually, let's put that in our left. Oh. Save, yes, thank you.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Oh, because I got my shit together, so I get a +6.
Ha ha ha. Again, every time it happens, it gets worse and worse. There's nothing more to throw up now. All that's left is crying and convulsing dryly at the same time.
Well,
I'm at a loss as well. I could swear your shit was together, Detective.
Sometimes even that is not enough.
Officer, you just need to be stronger. Learn to keep it in long enough for us to work. There's nothing else to do.
You can open this white check again by going to your character sheet and spending a...
Maybe it's okay if you don't make it today. The dead man isn't going anywhere.
You know, that's fair.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Books? Postcards? Easy. Even a kid would know all of this. Don't be a fool. As an expert, it's your duty to tell what you know to everyone.
Oh, shut up!
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now. Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
Who are these famous people?
Kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
It's fair. Reading those doesn't make
But
you
it does
more
make
famous,
the famous people more famous.
Maybe someone will write
Why
a
would
book
they
at
do
me.
that, sir? You're not that old. Maybe you'll do something really important, something that wows the world.
Maybe. You're very
yes,
kind.
sir.
What is
It's
romance?
the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
This is so specific. It's so specific. I love it.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
Mm-hmm.
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
Were you asking about the genre? I guess.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
What about when both of the men
These
are
are
bad?
not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
Writers of this game, hello! I see you.
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
What about when everyone is poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Sometimes you have to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at
I
all?
haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Think she has one about an excruciatingly painful
I
breakup?
think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
No, think about it. One where they plunge into a torrid spiral of pain and recrimination. Only it's really long and drawn out. Scarred for life. Phantom limb.
No, I don't know.
Doesn't ring a bell?
Yes,
I'll ask your
she
mom.
knows books. Definitely.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere in your forebrain?
Oh, shut up!
Maybe some about other books?
Crime.
Fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Wait, not crime fiction. What is crime? It's that bad.
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
Shut up, Kim. You're not wrong, though. Why would anyone
It's
want to-
exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch them.
Skewered!
You don't look much like a policeman.
What does a cop look like,
Didn't
then?
mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen. Wow, look at the guy. I'll never be as good as
Don't say
Mullen.
that. He's not even real. You're real. Cheer up, sir. It's much easier being a fictional character. He doesn't have to deal with real things. Maybe you can show me some real deductive police work, sir. Like in the books.
Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go.
You fail to deduce anything. She waits intently.
It's okay, sir.
Oh, come on.
You disappointed a small child. Well done, champ.
Come on.
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Composure.
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't going to school more important
Mum
than
says
this?
it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Composure is a
Mum
skill I
says
think
it's
I want more of.
peachy. She was a little afraid at first.
Where is
There's
that?
talk about this house being cursed.
Talk about it being cursed. Give me a second. Where the fuck is composure? That's a motorics. Okay. That seems to do a lot of interesting things. Keep an eye on that.
Cursed in
Cursed?
a way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
That sounds rather serious. I should probably look into this.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to
Come on, Kim. Have a sense of adventure.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
What do you know about the other
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's
There's
there.
back rooms and a cellar. Yeah, I'm seeing skill points thing.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about different types of no such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir? Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead. No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. It's nice of you to say I could stop, though.
I, for example, can't
That's
stop
a
making
friendly
this
enough
face.
most of the time.
Alright, let's give this another go.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
What do you mean, sir?
You know, I just realized I didn't have any morale stuff.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your
You knew
nails.
this from me keeping my hands folded. Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
I mean...
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You're quite
Yeah.
sober.
You're quite sober! I bet that's the first our main character's heard that in a little while.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
How do you know I'm usually not?
Because you usually aren't. I sure hope you are, sir.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar. Somehow, there's something you're missing.
Suggestion. What a nice little bookstore. Shame if something were to happen to... Just kidding. Old sports magazines. Didn't mean to go upstairs, but you know what? I'll take it. It's fine. Wait, picture book brochure. It is a little half-baked, but I'm gonna be honest with you. It's saving my hands. I'm actually feeling a lot more comfortable now. Because I think, okay, the overworld like this, the point and click was definitely better, but the sort of dialogue tree parts of it, the controller is way better. It's much easier just to click through rather than have to like click on the individual responses. So I'm actually enjoying that.
This bookstore is not strictly
like
about
this bit
crime,
is way
romance,
better
and
with
biographies
controller.
of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
And I can just like go in and click on something if I need to, like in the worst case.
I did get kind of soft locked that one time.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
God, the writing in this damn game. Oh.
It serves platitudes while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to and which costs more than this book, is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything.
Damn! Damn! Alright. Shots fired. I'm into it.
Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place. The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free.
Damn.
I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh, no.
Did I talk to this lady before? I feel like I talked to this lady before.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Place.
That's the name of the shop. Beautiful.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this
My
space.
fucking god, dude. Can you give me some money?
Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavor.
Uh-huh.
One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
Certainly there are good things to be said about dependence.
Now, hey there. Sounds like someone isn't taking responsibility for the energy they bring. Fighting enemy. My philosophy is everyone just getting along.
Jesus!
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
That's the one. That's why I've talked to her before.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl? Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. God! I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life. She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
Even I know that, and I usually don't know anything. The fucking lines. They're so good.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
True. True game. Thank you.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
She stops, but her mouth keeps moving. She told me she doesn't go to school anymore.
She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into.
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
What's
It's
Grand
a proper
Couronne?
place to live. One of the most peaceful neighbourhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
Your husband's also
He made
involved
the
in
initial
bookstore?
investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent. Almost inaudibly so.
Is she an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand.
The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer.
What if I want to
Then
buy a
why
book?
are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelves to browse. Don't you feel compelled to buy anything? Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they? Everything is on the shelves. Take...
She smiles and nods.
Not yet.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
No, it's a little bit of a Hail Mary. I'll come back later for that.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
Where'd
Just
you get
what
it?
Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there. Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices.
Clothes. Sure. I'll boost my encyclopedia. And let's put on the gloves. I don't see any downside to wearing the gloves. I should save. You're absolutely right. Though, we haven't seen a crash since I turned down the graphics settings, so... I do get the sense, because I talked to Kat about this, my friend Kat is a Blackwell, you know Kat. Demise, you do it too. But for anyone who doesn't know, my friend Kat is a shader artist in the games industry. And she told me that a lot of the time the max settings on a lot of these games are just like laughably unoptimized. Like, just kinda to the extent of not being worth it. Technical artist? Technical artist. More like max shittings. I would really like to get in here.
A sturdy metal door guards the... This could be a way into the apartment building the Smoking Man...
Good. We had enough problems with bums and drunks and thieves loitering in the hallway.
I don't have very good authority.
Your own business here.
I might... Okay, so, ooh. My ledger is reducing it. Exactly, that's what I was saying. So let's put the ledger away. That's why I came in my... Sure, let's carry the crowbar when we say this. I don't think it does anything.
A sturdy metal... This could be a way into the apartment building the Smoking Man vanished into.
Okay, that's over half.
You can't think of anything convincing. Time for some police brutality.
Okay, I don't like this. I don't like this situation that I've gotten myself into. Ow!
No, you're not.
Okay.
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a... You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Yes, it can be difficult to be on the receiving end of so much distress.
Nothing you can say. Cop gives up the detective genre for social...
I died? I died! Okay, luckily it wasn't, too far back. And I could save scum that check. I went to live in a cabin in the woods forever. You know, at least it was a real job. Let's talk to this guy.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Oh, damn. Yo, Oshi! Good to see ya! Thanks for stopping by. We're playing... Have you ever played Disco Elysium?
What he means is,
You might enjoy
Fixation
it if you
on
haven't.
Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
Yeah, so it's extremely good. I mean, so the form it takes is sort of a combination of a point-and-click adventure and a very intricate dialogue and
I know exactly what you meant. You think my
investigation
kind
system
doesn't belong here, that I should
and
watch
just
myself
incredible writing.
and behave.
And this is the first time I've ever seen Kim Kitsuragi have a strong opinion about anything, so this is, he's usually very, very buckled up.
But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense.
And this guy is named Racist Lorry Driver.
Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Okay, the problem is my physical stats are shit. Otherwise, I would go with this. Oh wait, no, this isn't. This is a friendly punch to Kim, not punch the lorry driver. Sorry, I misread this entirely. And if it was punch the lorry driver, it would definitely be a physical stats check. I got confused for a second. That's Kim. I'm not going to punch Kim.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
Heartbreaking. The worst person you know just made a fantastic point. Oh. Oh, what is that emote? I can't even see it. Ship. Got it.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Okay.
Whatever you say, officers.
Officers.
He smells of heavy motor oils, and his breath.
The
of
Kim
high-tar
ex-protagonist fanfic
cigarettes,
economy is bustling.
Probably Astra Whites.
Oh yeah. So Oshi, since you just came in here, one of the major plot points is that I don't know my name. So, and I'm from the way Blackle's talking, I'm assuming that we never find out my name. Though I think we saw something about a name. Anyway. Oh, the racist mug! Yeah, we found a racist mug in the trash. I think Black will just try not to spoil it for you, that's fair. No, because I did find a thing that referenced a name that was probably me. I don't remember what it was. It began with an H. I remember seeing that and going like, wait.
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races.
Why are there multiple kinds of fucking Nazis in this town? God damn. That's too complicated. Just...
Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Please explain.
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Blacklight, I'm trying extremely hard not to make a your butt joke right now. Just, cracks in your butt are really deep. Thank you. Okay. So, I'm getting the sense that when people say Occidentals, they mean white. Right? Like, we've seen that come up here and there. And I was like, that doesn't really mean that much to me. And I'm just, I might be slow, but I'm catching on here.
Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe? Huh? When members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority, they stop competing for resources. This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn kids are showing up good lately.
Okay, I learned that
Same
that
with
was
the
a slur.
and the other intruder species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
This game could fill a whole dictionary. Are you picking up? Thank you.
Cultural victory? What is this then?
It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any motetos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win. They say so themselves. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition.
Alright, right, we're Canadian.
You've got to control the offspring.
Hell with the Constitution. About the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Everyone has the fundamental freedom of making your butt jokes. True.
Don't push your luck, runt.
It's okay. I'm sure Kim will beat your ass.
Looking for something, runt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Yeah.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation. The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
What kind of cargo?
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Apples?
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions. Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick apples.
Apples is exactly...
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges.
A long line of lorry men. A long line of racist lorry drivers.
Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, Koiko-picked apples.
Koiko may be another derogative. For a person from Grad, you think?
Yep, it's one of their main exports. They grow him down South Yekokata. A beautiful place. Got great scenic vistas.
In fact, Yekokata is a desolate wasteland whose name literally translates to Zone of Ecological Catastrophe.
Yeah.
It features no scenic vistas and supports virtually no plant or animal life.
Yeah? Says who?
It's literally in the
Then,
name.
I guess they grow apples somewhere else. You can never really tell with those koikos. They're everywhere, except their own homes.
He means the people living in Grad.
Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradvolk, those degenerates from Grad. 'Cause that's what they're all called. Koiko Pichik, Loslav Koiko, Koikovich someone. Low self-esteem, those guys have. Mind you, they look occidental. But hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature, who am I to say otherwise? Did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet? Besides, even if I did have some, I wouldn't go putting my nose in them, huh?
Relax. You've got all you can get here.
Yeah, that's
He probably
fair.
doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is something unsavory. So he'd remain unaccountable.
I think if this guy is saying a word you don't understand, I think it's fairly safe to assume it's a slur, Mr. Encyclopedia. True. This game has like 19th century racism. This game, I feel like we've invented new kinds of racism that like I do not have the cultural context to understand. It's like, oh. Okay, so these are the scabs. And this is the scab Ryler Upper guy who is probably working for the company. Okay, I'm gonna save. That's the union guy who won't tell us anything. And this is the other racist guy who's guarding the harbor. And for some reason, all the chicks are horny about him. Okay. Okay, can I get down from here now? I cannot. Okay. So fair warning, if you play this game with controller, there's some weird soft locks in it. Okay. I think that's all I can really get from the dock right now, unless I want to go toe-to-toe with Measurehead, which I do not. Because my physical stats are shit. I could try and oh wait, I can level right now, can't I? Yeah, okay, I have a level. It was authority that I needed to get into the building, which I don't really feel like leveling. I feel like I want to level composure. Okay. Oh, you're right. If I upgrade endurance, I can inspect the body. Well, next level. Next level. I don't think I've talked to this guy.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Okay, that's her. Sure, let's ask some more questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What are you?
What I am not is a basic term.
There may be a way to get her speaking about herself at some later juncture.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea.
So many of these things are like way more specific than someone would actually say.
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot.
Why'd she guess for bird first, though? I think she's on to me. True.
Or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements,
That's a
you see.
good experience.
And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Yeah, you know, I don't blame her. Ooh, conceptualization. That's a Hail Mary if I ever seen it. I would have to get double sixes for that.
The girl in the old lady rags.
Cindy the fucking skull.
Ah, yes. There's something very satisfying about discussing the fundamental. The girl in the old looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture?
Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. All right, what next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
And what would that be?
Disco.
I can see that, yes. I dabbled in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. I assure you, it was a thoroughly supracultural phenomenon. Nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me.
The new?
The new. A cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now.
I'm straight edge.
Of course. You're much more grounded. A serious detective on a case called Reality. Speaking of, is there anything else? It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
It's definitely the
She nods
drinking.
slowly.
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
The big time.
The big
The
time.
revolution. It's quite easy.
What is the
Every
revolution?
100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. Those
got
would
shot
be
in
the
the head?
communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
She likes the totality of it.
Indeed. They piled them in mass graves in Ozon. And, well, that's the last anyone heard of those people.
It's a bit of a clusterfuck, you could say.
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing. So he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a
We met one of those
wild
earlier.
time.
Who got the mineral
The liberals
rights?
got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
And by liberals, you mean?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
The ultras. Everyone got shot. Who was there to
The
surrender
foreign
to?
intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
You said the liberals already took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Is there anything prefixed with ultra that doesn't sound absolutely horrifying? Yeah, that's fair. So this lady works for the company that owns the dock and represents the company. She's there to negotiate with the union, but the union isn't meeting her.
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do. The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights and not shooting people in the head.
Ultra dishwasher detergent.
At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now.
Coalition
the coalition
government.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government.
What did the Zaroth
It
do?
made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
What's a prion?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself.
Dang, I think I just got guillotined.
Was overthrown in '08.
Guillotinitis.
The Revachol commune 2 years later.
Guillotinitis. I like
was
that.
The end.
And now it's 51.
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
What's the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia. The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The
What have
20s
we been
saw a
doing all that
decade of
time?
urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. The 30s.
And after that?
Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going
And
somewhere.
your company?
All that untaxed income must have fueled the new. That can only mean one thing.
That's when they discovered disco.
Yes. And quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
Plus 70!
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
Revachol is like the Cayman Islands, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I'm also getting very, very strong Eastern European vibes here. And I feel like the devs are Eastern European. Like, that's actually a thing. What if Eastern Europe was the Cayman Islands and Brazil all at the same time? Yeah. Something like that. Which side was the Wild Pines group
They
on?
picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
They got lucky.
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
You would have sided with the
I would
king?
have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too.
This person feels
Perhaps
like
it's
a
better I was
Canadian
born when I
conservative.
was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong.
Just
Failed.
like...
Kupri, Tricentennial, So I suppose
A materials fundamentalist
company.
nihilist. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, right? Amy had to explain it to me recently that, like, the conservatives in Canada aren't religious. Which is very weird as an American. Like, they're all nihilists who believe in nothing. Except business and money. It's Ontario open for business. It's just very weird to have that without the, like... They're a little religious, but culturally, yeah. But there's not the... It's not in the discourse the way it definitely is in the States. And trucks, yeah. The Quebec conservatives take it a little step further and are anti-religious unless that religion is Christian. Well, you know... What would you have done differently? Then it's just status quo, yeah.
Good question. What would you have done differently?
Ooh, how do I respond to this? How do I respond to this? See, I like this game because, like, as weird as it is to say, this is how my brain works. Like, this is how I have conversations with people. And it's sort of a playground of extremely uncomfortable conversations to navigate in the way that I would navigate an extremely uncomfortable conversation. Am I... Like, am I making sense? Like, obviously, main character is a piece of shit. And a cop. But, like, the texture of the system itself is, like, extremely, like, extremely real. Including having to say shut the fuck up to parts of my own self and my own internal monologue. Like, which is, I've never seen represented in a game before. It's actually incredible. Okay, so what are my options here? I asked you, so that's actually a really good thing. But she already kind of answered that. I would have sided with the cannons, right? She's very much concerned with being on the winning side, right? 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. So I suppose I would have been in good company. I would have killed more. I would have made it out with mineral rights. Medical solution. I don't really like any of these answers, though. I'm gonna deflect.
And I asked you, past less detective
Oh,
of the
that didn't
Citizens
work.
Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you?
Okay. Very
You
carefully.
and everyone else. But that's got nothing to do
Also,
with
what happened to the
preventing
game audio?
revolution. Oh, well. What?
Can you guys still hear game audio? Did I do something silly and... You can still hear game audio. I can't. That's because I accidentally turned down the volume knob on my audio interface. Huh. Shh. Audio professional here. Alright. Back to it.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Now's your chance. Ask her who she is. She won't get out this time.
Stop dodging.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants.
We got some hot gossip in here. That's pretty similar to how I almost described to how main character almost described himself, which is the harbinger of doom or something. Window a little bit.
I am an ultra.
Okay, well I got that.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
First response is, well, I eat babies. So, I want her to explain what an ultra is again.
Ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind. No, not like me. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution.
I did not expect this woman to say the word shit wagon. I really did not expect this woman to say the word shit wagon. I'm gonna just...
Are you liberated enough to offer up your home on a plate for financial colonists? No, I think not. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
I'm gonna be honest. A lot of those details are very jumbled up in my head, and I'm not sure which is on which, like, who was pro what and anti whoever. Like, it's... So I don't really know what this means. Like, that was a lot of information to take in at once.
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
Communists started revolution. Ultra-liberals played the system to make as much money as possible. But didn't that all happen before she was born? Then how is she...
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
She adheres to their philosophy.
That dialect is obeisant. You recognize it's a quote from somewhere. A play written way back in the Franco-Nigerian century.
All right.
Ah, maybe you remember more than you let on. Despite whatever brain damage the alcohol may have inflicted. I hope we're able to continue as friends, despite my scaly bulk and my intimidating liberal credentials. This was not the plan all along. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. if not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
You're a patriot?
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. I'm gonna start saying that to people. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. Oh, jeez.
You're no dummy yourself.
A smart boy getting smarter, one basic term of reality at a time.
You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
Okay, now these checks are too low for me to want to attempt. So I'm just gonna
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
call it there. Let's look here. So I have a skill point I can use. Now Blacklow made a really good point, which is endurance would help me inspect the body. Oh yeah, let me save first. I'm gonna go endurance. And then square. All right, let's have another go at that body. And then, oh, volition will increase my morale meter. Okay. Yeah, then I could take a few more risks with that. I should be looking around at things.
Yes. Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
A moment passes. The lieutenant...
Okay,
This Post Lavantore mail collection box has been heavily vandalized. A faint sticker on the side reads, RCM Emergencies Desk number 8102, with a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant.
Good mail delivery box.
The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
I feel
the mail
you.
Collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder, then you swallow. The box seems happy.
I just healed a morale from petting a mail delivery box. Real. All right, let's attempt this nonsense again. Can I?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eye.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Okay, 83%. I failed this last time.
As you breathe in,
thank God,
the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it. It's a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you is a puzzle of decaying flesh, tattoos, and tendons.
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used.
Oh, I should have mentioned like major content warning about this game.
Industrial in strength.
Like, there's some gross shit in this game.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique A6. That's not just any notebook. It's a classic.
My God.
It's clearly some manner of super armor or future armor.
Thanks, Encyclopedia.
Super future armor. I'm useless.
It's fine. It's just a Minyata. Jesus.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
How much we're talking about?
About 4 years of wages.
Jesus.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
By catching, do you mean let's not log them as evidence? Let's steal them? Of course.
The lieutenant nods often. It's part of his unplastic expression range, communicating both professionalism and sarcasm. This time, the latter.
That's for us to find out. Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel for the harbor company. This confirms my own assumptions.
These look pretty
I
advanced
agree.
for a security guard.
This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
Knock on the
A
boot.
small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
Sounds
It's anything
fragile.
but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy.
Faint,
Oops.
organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps. If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice.
Where I notice?
The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100, 1000.
It's like the serial number.
Good. Can you read it to me?
X5415 6745 678222.
Oh, shut up, drama.
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
What happened to the
The
rest of
locals
it?
probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information.
Maybe he was
this
just
is one thing he might actually know.
Oh yeah, true. Maybe he was just wearing these boots and there's the rest
No,
of the armor.
I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
Clearly, Kuno would
Thanks,
like to
Kuno.
interject something here, but there's not enough for him to hold on to. The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Shit.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Thanks, Kuno.
Brutal!
You're going to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Well, I'm not gonna choose one on account of being a homo.
Yes, that's what I said. You'll compromise the coroner's case if you do. So please, don't.
Indeed. From this angle, it does look like the neck isn't going to take much more.
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? How many clothes do you need? You already found a number. Besides, there's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the...
You're sure there's a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around.
Skip.
The anticipation makes you crack your fingers. Feels nice. Nice and cracky.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fights.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
6-rotor airships.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
Apparently the
The
reinforcement.
local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
We're assuming dock workers from the harbor did it? I sure wanted him to
I
stay
was
up
afraid
there.
it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed. The brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing? Then you should ask me the first moment we get. The brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing... Then you should ask me the first moment we get. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the...
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. Limbs limp, an intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart.
I have only a cursive knowledge of the science of cybernetics. I would not know if it were. But it's not quite complex enough, is it?
It doesn't seem familiar from the insides of any radio computer.
I'm
your
missing
mind
something
can imagine.
here.
The somewhat organic lines remind you of old filament memory units, but not quite. No, you're nowhere near right.
So am I.
I'm missing something here.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster under his arm. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
He's got detective tools.
A Trigger Sunshine Mini.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices. Primarily.
I'm glad I picked
The
Encyclopedia
camera before you
as my
somehow.
archetype.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around.
Can I have it? I should look at it later without the corpse.
Sure. Just don't lose it.
Alright.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside.
Do I feel lucky?
The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
I'm gone.
Hell yeah.
I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about jokes either. A killer, a motherfucker, and a killer. Go ahead, Cobbo. Into the wild pale yonder. In the past. Way out in the west.
This is so weird. Inland Empire is the coolest skill, I'm gonna be honest. Fucking hell.
What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. You fucking love questions. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Here you go, you loony.
I like this guy, best character so far.
Because you have. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No, you don't. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry.
Okay, I'm pretty sure Harry is the same as the thing I saw in the thing right when I fainted.
Because you have. Do I remind you of someone?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
You sure I got out of that one? Coppellini. Do I
A child born with Muller's disease, Harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
No, not quite. Be fair now. You sure I got out of that one? Coppellini. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
It was, in fact, Harry. Okay. I'm just gonna call him Harry.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead!
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
God damn it, Kuno.
I agree.
His personality is no longer a part of the world.
Totally dead.
Yeah.
That sounds about right, yes. I agree. Totally dead. That sounds about right, yeah, I agree. Totally dead.
Sure, the corpse looks by, oblivious. Black decay liquid.
I agree.
His personality.
Totally dead. No siree. Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports her hanging. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption, but we should still get him down before assigning a probable cause of death.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
God damn right, I'm a faggot. Powerful. Do I do it? Blackle, do I do it? Otherwise, maybe 2.
Malicious laughter erupts in the yard.
Big said he's a...
The lieutenant's face is made of stone. A pool of...
The victim appears...
The fuck he's...
Talking...
Maybe.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He's...
Of course. You have questions. Come back later, Corpo.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso. As you know, this is a trick. Only the lower extremities are pink with the cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso covered in tattoos and extremities blotched pink.
I think that's about it.
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
Fair.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material.
We could saw the branch.
Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How? Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that...
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain the...
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
But what else can we do? I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect.
Yeah, no, that's a bad
really
idea.
Prefer if there was another way. These people might have an agenda. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
We are not getting him down already. Not getting him down is a task that's already accomplished. Sadly, it's not our job to keep him up there, but to get him down.
How do you plan to get him down then? With social... He breathes out.
Oh yeah, do this shit! Fuck it up!
Fucking Kuno S.
I'll blow his head off.
Take it! Take the shot!
Yeah, take the shot! Kuno wants some of that shit!
Silence. With his elbow and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle loader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps.
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The fellow's desk was the wrong choice. His shoulders were raised, but above all, he cannot trust his eyesight.
Fucking idiot! Mookabat asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do...
Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano Cloud.
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
Remain collegial, officer. It was an honest mistake, and I will not repeat it. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
It's bad as it is, us shooting firearms like punks here. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't hit the victim.
They only have one!
Oops.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs. Kuno's...
Officer, why do we only have one gun?
The lieutenant follows suit. He finishes loading the gun.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banani poika! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprised. You've held this, an A9 Armistice, before.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
I'm not doing it.
Enough gunslinging for today. We need to access the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have the tools and they have men. We need to access the harbor and
Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fuck gimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant. Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away. Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno. Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached Union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate. Yeah, cocking boot. You know that jolly Union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit. Came around pretending like he cares about cows.
Cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today. Kuno Day. Kuno feels
Fucking
sorry
Kuno,
for you to
dude.
lose a pig. Kuno's doing pity now.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid. That is also a possibility, sire.
Sire?
Fuck are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Again?
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing. This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking rules here.
You hear the lieutenant hum.
You're testing.
Get lost.
Yeah, the kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it?
Kuno is very dangerous for morale. Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't.
That's fair. Okay. So... Oh, I'm so close to level. That being said, I think that's going to have to wait. It is past midnight. So I'm going to save. I'm a little disappointed that we're going to have to depend on the Union. Excuse me, save. To get the body down. That seems unwise, given the Union is kind of our prime suspect in this. Fucking Kuno. But 'tis what it is. Let's see. I think the next thing that I want to level is probably Volition. Because otherwise I'm gonna die to morale again. Okay, my motorics is pretty okay. I might have been able to make that shot if I leveled up a little bit, but I can still take a try at that shot. Potentially. Composure has been really nice to have. And it's weird, my physique is actually better than my psyche. Any thoughts on the game so far? It's really interesting, and I want to keep playing. The main reason I had to stop last night was because my hands were hurting, and now that I have the controller set up, it's actually fine. I did buy a new controller that is coming on Tuesday, but this is working okay for now. But anyway, anyone any of y'all would like to raid? Let's see. Do Hrothgar's on? Raid. I really like this game so far. The dialogue system is really super cool. It is very uncomfortable to be forced into the frame of a cop who sucks, but it is really, really interesting navigating this world. It gives me existential dread how few games have dialogue system. It's not easy to make. One sec. It's not easy to make a dialogue system like this, as you are finding out. Ultra mentality. Playing Metroid Fusion. Cool. Let's go say hi to Ultra Mentality. Speedrunner and variety streamer. Nice. You know, I should have picked a pull quote for the raid message. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. Maybe, if you want. All right. Love you all. Thank you for hanging out. See ya.